Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, October the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William. Okay, so in the main room, you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Torty, as always, in our YouTube room. All right, we're good to go, guys. So first of all, big news, of course, on the K-Web. I remember somebody asked me about I can't remember if they actually asked me about swinging some China stocks, and I said, "Well, you never know what could come out overnight with the China stocks." And look what happened here, guys. So what a plunge! I mean, we're down 10%. KWEB down 10%. Some of the other stocks are even down more. Futu, FUTO, Tiger are down a lot more. And if you're looking for a reason, well, okay. U.S. listed shares of China firms slide as stimulus optimism ebbs. So there's your news. Okay. Now, is this a good opportunity for maybe a bounce? Maybe, but this is a big. I mean, I wouldn't have wanted to have been holding any China stocks overnight. We just never know, William. I mean, that's the whole thing. You just never know with well, with anybody. I mean, any government, I suppose, to some extent, but especially China. So anyway, there's your news for KWeb. Now the other one. Now William mentioned Generac, GNRC. Yeah, unfortunately, sales are. How much is this up? Oh, actually, it's funny. I thought I read this morning that sales were up. Well, I guess when it was up here, but of course, generators for I guess this hurricane is just gathering more and more force, and yeah, I mean, again, I said yesterday, I can't imagine living in those areas every single year, wondering. But that is GNRC. I'm surprised it is given up as much as it has. There's hardly any volume yet, really, only 18,000 shares. Now, the other one to really keep an eye on, perhaps, is Sava. Ton of news this morning with Sava. First thing I saw before I saw any news at all was that Wainwright has decided to upgrade them and put a $116 price target on them. Okay, now before you go, mortgaging everything you've got and putting all your money into Sava, don't do that. I mean, Wainwright, that's their opinion. $116. It's only a $26 stock. But here is some of the news on it. Okay, they made a decision to enter a settlement with the SEC. What was my notes? This is something to do back in 2020. Yeah, related to 2020 phase 2B clinical study, inaccurate disclosures. Now that was the whole basis behind. I wouldn't say fraud allegations, but you know how this was certainly under a dark cloud for a long time, Sava. So that's that. Okay. Also, I noticed that the CEO, I'm not sure 100% I know what this means. It doesn't mean the CEO is gone, but Sava announces separation of CEO and board roles. So there's that. So a lot of news today for Sava, SAVA. Okay. So what else is happening? OTRK. This is up. See if there's any news on this one. OTRK is up 66%. Low float, 1.2 million in the float. I'm trying to see. I don't see any specific news on it today. Oh, I can't. Yeah, I don't know what the news is on it today. But there's got to be something. I mean, this has been in free fall for quite a while. You look at this daily chart, then all of a sudden a pop. So got to be something out somewhere. That's the only issue I've got with my Ivy headline news is that I'm sure I saw some news a while back, but then it seems to disappear and gets supplanted by the newer news. So anyway, if anybody's got any information about OTRK, great. And let's say BPTH. I think this is the one that's no, it isn't. It's over $1. Okay, BPTH has initiated a therapeutic program to develop BP 1001, etc. So this is it's a okay obesity drug. Okay, an obesity drug, BPTH. So I'll take a look at a couple. I mean, there's no point looking at all these China stocks, but a couple that are, a lot very active usually anyway. So there's FUTU. Remember now, KWeb is down about 10%. FUTU is down 20, almost 20%. Okay. So it's down a lot more than the overall China market is. I didn't. I think I know it now. FXI, right? FXI. Have I remembered correctly? Yes. Okay. Large cap. Yeah. So the large caps, which I thought maybe FUTU would be under. So yeah. So that's only down 9%. Okay. So definitely FUTU is down a lot more than the overall China market. And then I also wanted to take a look at Tiger, TIGR, see what it's down. Yeah. So it's down a lot more than the overall China market also. ADTX. Where is ADTX? Is this up or down? Up. Yeah. ADTX. Uh, it's dropped off my list here. ADTX has dropped off my list. So let's take a look what it's doing. ATTX. All that means is that it's not up 10% anymore. Yeah. So it's dropped. You can see it was up to 194. It's dropped right down to 148. So there is some news. Completes their third parent equity investment under amended and restricted merger agreement with EvoFem. Okay, so that's your news for ADTX. SLNO, SLNO. That's a big pop up for this company. SLNO. It's an expensive company. Well, expensive compared to most of the ones that are on this list. SLNO. And they announced that the FDA review division determined that there does not appear to be a need for an advisory committee meeting at this time, okay, for their non-disclosure agreement. So that's the welcoming news for this company, SLNO. Very choppy looking weekly chart. It says, okay, SRRK. Well, we thought they should do a financing, take advantage of the huge move. I don't see the financing information. I'm not saying it isn't. There it is. Announces proposed public offering. Proposed announces. Now, was there a price offering of 275 million shares? $270 million. Yeah, they're going to make you do some math. Just looking. Yeah, I didn't. I don't. I mean, there's going to be a price somewhere. $275 million. That's what they're raising. We just don't know the actual price because they don't tell us how many shares, and because then we could just do the division. But at any rate, you're right. It's up. It hasn't dropped yet, unless they come up with a price. Docu, DOCU, another one that's dropped off this list here, which means it's not up at least 9% anymore. DOCU. So it's only up 7%. So at this point, it was up at least, well, it was on this list. Still looking pretty good. Announced trading higher after it was announced that the company will join the S&P Midcap 400. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Draw or somebody else probably posted that news earlier, but I'm just reiterating it. And again, golf clap for Draw and all the work he does in the pre-market. So there's DOCU. Now the Hindenburg came in and slammed down Roblex. Where is it here? Through the 200-day moving average now. Through the 200-day moving average. So this is what Hindenburg says. They inflates their user metrics, compromises child safety. Hindenburg alleges that Roblox has been exaggerating daily use and engagement figures to investors since it went public in 2021. Accuses Roblox of giving priority to growth over measures that would better protect children from pedophiles and mature content. So there you go. Wasn't this one of the wasn't this going to be one of the big metaverse companies back in the day? Ah, guys, SMCI. Now, remember yesterday I was watching this to see if it would take out, and it did. So it's taken out 50 now, guys. SMCI, it has taken out 50. So on the weekly chart, the next high is around 61. So there is room on the weekly chart. There's room on the daily chart. Look at this daily chart. 5570 is the high. So there is room for SMCI on the daily and certainly on the weekly chart to keep moving if it wants to. And they did have some news this morning, launches new 3U server system, etc. So there was some news. Morning, Bezavi, in our YouTube room. Okay, IBG. Where's IBG? IBG is up still, but it's pulled back quite a bit. It's still up 23%, but it's pulled back a lot now. And let's see now. IBG says Australian bidders is now available nationwide in the United States through Cisco. Okay. Australian bidders won the gold medal. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm hearing again SMCI making another new high here, pre-market high. Oh, news above. Okay. OTRK. So there was a filing. Okay. So that was the news for OTRK. Okay. SMCI, guys, is on the move here. SMCI. It's just making a little, like inching its way up here, and it's got lots of room, of course. Got that big float now after they did that 10 for 1 forward split. So in the old, no, it's way down still. I mean, it's only a $500 stock. Remember, this was a $1,200 stock. Probably shouldn't have been up there, but it was a $1,200 stock before. And then they did the 10 for 1 forward split, which would have brought it down to about, well, I don't know when they did it. I don't know what the price was when they did it. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look. The market is actually in for a pretty good open. Yeah, we're looking at a pretty good open right here. Okay, SPY is up. Boy, if you're into some bounce plays, I mean, keep an eye on KWeb, guys. Keep an eye on KWeb or FXI, depending on which one you want to really follow. Which is trading more? KWeb has got 7.7 million, and FXI. I don't really know which one trades more. Wow. Okay, wow. FXI trades a lot more. This is a large cap stock, 25 million. Okay, thank you, William. So yeah, so I remember the all-time high was about 1,200. So if it was 800 when they implemented it, so it's still well below, because that would have been $80. So it's well below at 50, but recovering. 400. Okay, so it's actually recovered. Yeah, well, I'm sure YINN. Yeah, it's down. Yeah, so it's double. It's basically double or three times. So basically, I guess if you take FXI, and you multiply by three, actually, that's even more. That's even more. It's probably about the same. Let me take a look at FXI. If you multiply FXI by three, that'll give you, so YINN will give you a bigger bang for the buck. But remember, if the China market recovers, this is going to recover three times the rate. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to really. Well, okay, I will. We'll get lazy. All right, so I guess energy interesting, even with that hurricane barreling down. XLE, all the stuff. Wow, APA is down 2.3%. The volume is there. I mean, it's only 17,000, but sometimes I do this and they got one share. Anyway, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100% in red means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close, with APA leading the charge. So oil prices must have dropped somewhat. So now let me check to see where is XLE with respect to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, there's the 200-day moving average. So, I mean, still above it. And the other one that was in jeopardy was retail, XRT, with the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so you can see, look at this guy. So look at retail. So retail is in danger of maybe getting down below again that 200-day moving average. So retail definitely is probably, if you look at the 200-day moving average, is probably the weakest sector. Even though I know it's 60% are up, but just look at that 200-day moving average, getting closer and closer. SMCI guys just continues to march up here, penny by penny by penny here. This is definitely be interesting to see what happens once this market opens. I think Buru is one of these ones under a dollar. Yeah, okay, that's why I didn't really talk about it. It got up to what, 75 cents, floating down to 61, still up 36%. And their news on this one, they secured a $65 million financing. Okay, well, that's an interesting hypothesis, William. William is suggesting maybe SMCI trading higher, trading higher due to the possibility of no China stimulus for tech, meaning people think U.S. tech continues higher. The firm BIT, BTI, BTIG Research with a target of upgraded with a target of 68. All right. So there is a firm. Let's see if there's any other news on this one, though. Specific news. No, there's the same. I don't know how much weight these guys have, BTIG, but obviously something. I don't see any other news on this one. Yeah, I'm just seeing a bunch of. I only see BTIG. Oh, wait a minute. RBC's got a $46 price target. So there are some analysts coming in. BTIG a little more aggressive. So RBC with a $46 price target for AFR for a firm AFRM. Do we have a we don't have a price yet though, do we, William? We don't have a price on this, on the financing for SRRK? You didn't post that above, did you? Oh, it's a great old song, John. Yeah, we just have the fact that they're raising 235 million. Excuse me. 270, sorry, 275 million. Oh, I see. Okay. So you didn't know they did a financing. Yeah. A proposed financing anyway. We just don't know the price. We don't know how many shares. If they tell us how many shares, we could do the math. So JP Morgan, Jeffries, and Piper Sandler leading the offering. So this is pretty, yeah, pretty, pretty much assured it's going to happen. We just don't know the price. All right, guys. Well, I think what I'll do is I will retire this layout and get the layout I use once this market opens. Let's take a look at FUTU. I want to see how, if it's rebounded at all. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people looking for rebounds in a lot of these China stocks. And there's Tiger. All right, guys. So I'm going to get my layout that I use once this market opens. All right, guys. I am back in now. Typically, I do not trade. Look at all these triggers here. Let me. Oh, how did Might? Uh, We were waiting on Might yesterday. I don't think it took out. I think I was waiting on a six break, or was it a seven break? I don't think it happened. It was yesterday. Yeah, I was waiting on a. I think I was waiting on a seven break. No, it must have been a seven break because it didn't break seven. Well, it did sort of, but it didn't really take it out in a big way. So Oliver in our YouTube room asking, what is the reason for the China, the ebbing of maybe the stimulus? I mean, if you want to have any, I mean, stimulus hopes fade. Hong Kong posts worst daily decline since October 2008. Now, it has to be tempered with the fact that it probably had one of the best runs in a long time, also. But anyway, but there's your headline as a stimulus hopes fade. If you're looking for a specific reason, thank you, William. Yeah. Well, it obviously hasn't been announced. It has not really been announced yet, has it? In terms of the price, we'll see how close it can they can do it to $31. There's yin and yang, guys. So that one will probably be soaring higher. Yeah. So that's just the opposite. That is that three times. Yeah. So that's the three times. If you're looking to short the China market, this is what you would buy. But that remember, it's a three timer. So if the market recovers at all, this will drop three times the recovery. So that's what you've got. So yin and yang, very clever. Look at the volume. Oh, look at the volume. 52 million. How's yen? Yeah, 13 million. So yeah, that makes sense. So again, if you think China is going to recover somewhat, this is what you can buy. But remember, that's three times. So if the market recovers, say 1%, this will go up 3%, as an example. But if the market drops 1%, this will drop 3%. So that's what that means. The three times. I didn't see this one. RZLV. No, this is that one. Wasn't this one last week? Kind of a Microsoft partnership, go to market commitment. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is a little bit bigger. There was one last week. Remember that said they were in the Microsoft store, and it popped up, and it had something to do with AI. Anyway, this is RZLV. I don't think. Well, it is AI, so maybe it was this one. I think this is the day that it made that announcement. Oh, guys, William, you didn't tell me the market was opening, or maybe you did. Okay, guys, markets open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically, again, do not trade in the first 15 minutes. So I try to let things settle down a little bit. Give me one moment, please. This is interesting. My font size seems has decreased here for some reason on this compare count. Okay, OTRK guys, OTRK making new highs, not pre-market highs, of course, but making market highs. Pre-market highs is still way up here around 350 or so. DOCU on the move, guys. DOCU is on the move. Big move now. Big move now. Sober just got halted. SOBR just got halted. First halt of the day. Looks like it got halted on the way down. So it popped and then it looks like it got halted on the way down. Hmm. There's a PRCT, guys. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. PRCT on the move. PRCT on the move. Ooh, it's got room. On the weekly chart, anyway, $82 on the weekly chart. On the monthly, on the daily chart, the next high is around 75. So a little bit of room. So Shady is in BPTH, or will be in BPTH if it gets, I guess, close to that 131 mark. Pre-market high was up here at 152. This is a obesity play. And it just triggered for, so he is in this trade. I didn't mention this as SUL, guys, AZUL. This had some news this morning. Reaches commercial agreement with the lessors and OEMs representing approximately 92% of share issuance obligations. So that is that was the news for us, SUL, AZUL. I didn't really talk about it too much because I mean it's at 380, and I look left, and to me anyway, looks like there's could be a lot of resistance around the $4 level. I may be completely wrong. It may just power right through, but on the economic calendar, let's take a look at what we have in store. Now, are these guys all in the U.S.? I see the Kugler at 3 a.m. So where the heck are these all taped and recorded? And then at 6 a.m. This is all Eastern time. Whoa, look at it. Yeah, no kidding. Look at SMCI. Oh, what a drop. Is that right? Wow. What a drop, guys. Wow. So, okay, in terms of anything else, 12:45, we've got Bostic talking. 1 o'clock, we've got a $58 billion note auction. So, wow, that is that was about an $8 drop, maybe. No, $51. A $5 drop anyway, even a $5.50 drop, just like that. After having a nice, a nice move. I mean, I see the market kind of did the same thing. So as we speak, the Dow's just up a smidge. Nas is up. SPY is up. Shady, I did something I don't normally do. I've actually joined you on this one on the BPTH. It's just a little early for me, but yeah, let's see if this on the BPTH. I say it's early for me to do something, but yeah, I liked had news, so it did have some news, and here's the attraction. Obviously, 152. Let's take a look at Sava, guys. Now, Sava had all sorts of news this morning. Okay, Sava had all sorts of news this morning. So the next high looking left on a daily chart, $30. So they've settled a 2020. What was the lawsuit exactly? But the SEC with the SEC, and perhaps I don't think they actually came out and said fake results, but anyway, they've settled something that happened back in 2020. CEO and the board are doing something. They're not as joined at the hip, I guess. And Wainwright decided to put a $116 price target on them. So I guess with this BPTH also, they're taking takes the plunge in the weight loss. So I thought they were in it before, but so this is new for them. So another obesity play. Okay, guys. Now Sava is still pretty volatile. What did it get up to? It got up to about 29. Back down, drop 50 cents. All right, let's see if this VPTH can get closer to the pre-market high, which is around 152. Okay, the market high is here, 145. So a little disconnect in the market, guys. The Dow is down a little, Nas is up a little, SPY is up. So a little disconnect in the market. Yeah, I took some off. I took some off of the VPTH, guys. Getting closer to that 150 mark. So OTRK, let's see, the next 381 is around the VWAP. Sorry, the 200-day moving average, 382. Okay, so it has room. It does have some room, OTRK. You are right. You are right. Normally it's 940, the earliest. I'm going to check to see. I just wish it weren't so jumpy. So on the weekly chart, the next high in the weekly chart for Sava is 3160. I mean, there's room. There's definitely room, which is looks like not quite $30 on the daily chart is the next high looking left on the daily chart for Sava. Give me one moment, please, okay? Look at the market, guys. So yeah, look at this market, up, down, up. Remember yesterday? Wow, that Lays had a big hit yesterday. LSI, LASE, big hit yesterday, and now it's trying to recover somewhat. Okay, LASE. The high yesterday was almost $6. And just as I'm talking about it, it just got halted. LASE just got halted. So this insurer, Florida insurer, UVE, is actually popping a little bit here, guys. Interesting. This is a Florida insurance company, which, of course, well, with the hurricane charging in, but it is having a little bit of a bounce. I mentioned PTCT just a little while ago, guys. So over 37, but to me anyway, when I look left on the daily chart, looks like there's too much resistance coming up to me anyway. On a weekly chart, the high is 37.87. I mean, I suppose if if you don't look at the daily, there's room on the weekly. Might, guys, MYTE is still strong here after yesterday. So it is above yesterday's high. That's what I was kind of waiting on. Yesterday's high didn't happen for me when I was still in the room. So this is MYTE. And I think when we look left, there was a little bit of room on the monthly chart. To back this out a bit. Yeah, I think the room was, it's getting closer. The room was 773. That's on the monthly chart for MYTE. So it's getting closer, 734. It's at right now. Robin Hood. You guys have been talking about Robin Hood. HOOD. So I think they announced this after the market closed yesterday. Okay. I don't know how big a news this is, but I guess it's causing the stock to pop a bit. Announcing their first investor day on December 4th. I guess. I don't know. That's the only news I can see. All right, guys. Sava. Okay, that got me. I'm completely out of the BPTH. Not a bad trade, early trade. Nothing spectacular, but not bad. Sava, though. This is now turning into a really juicy looking one. Again, with all the news it had. Mm. Oh my goodness, OTRK. Another one from our AI guys, 354. I did not take this one. Shoot, I was getting set to do something on it, but I did not take it. I was a little bit reluctant with that 200-day, but when it got through the 200-day, but I got sidetracked. So OTRK. Let's see if okay. What did LASE do? It is now resuming. Not on the way up yet. Okay, I'm going to wait to see if I can take out 516. Guys, I'm waiting on this LSE, see if it has the pop I'm looking for. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm in this one. I'm just it's jumping around a little too much, but I'm in this one, the LSE. I'm having to devote my full attention to it right now. Come on, either pop or get me out of the trade. All right, guys. I did. I just sort of scalped some out. I don't like the way it hasn't really popped. Got into the 30s. I was really hoping it would run a little bit more, but so I'm still watching it. I have a little bit left just in case it does have a bit of a run. I'm talking about the LASE, so I'm just staring at the bid ask right now. Okay, that got me out. So did not bad, but nothing spectacular. All right, guys. So that took me out completely. So, you know, if you've been around in the room, you know what I like to do on these halts. If this it got halted at 516, it dropped down below the 516 and it came right back up to it. So that's when I basically took the trade. I got into the 530s and I was really hoping it would 570 was the next high looking left. That was on the daily chart. I was hoping it would get maybe closer into the 540s. But anyway, I'm out of it. I'm going to keep watching it, but maybe I'll put an alert, price alert around 530, see if it takes it out a little bit later. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the 550, 560. Yeah. Well, I'm looking at, of course, yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was right there, right? 570. Wow. OTRK. That's the one I really missed. Nice one from our AI guys. Two nice ones, really. I mean, Sava and OTRK. Like a really nice one. There's the alert at 354. Okay. And as we speak, this is up 25% from that alert. Did it? Okay. Lunar got to the 775 mark. Okay. Well, if you trade it, how you trade it, of course, completely up to you. But yeah. So the next high on the daily chart, anyway, is at 825. Mm. Sava. I was able to get some of this. It wasn't easy at the very beginning, but this is, I mean, all the news that came out really intrigued me. Now I am, okay, I'm just taking some off right now. The reason being is that there's the high looking left and it's at 30, right? What am I doing here? 31.65. So, but I'm a little worried about that whole number of 30. So if it gets through that, 30, that's right there. Yeah, that's right. 30.04 is the high. I thought I was right. So there is a high, not just the whole number then. There is an actual high at $30 on the daily chart. So, but I really wish I'd taken the OTRK. Boy, oh boy, 1.26 million in the float for OTRK. I think William posted some news a long time ago. Okay, you'd have to scroll up. Okay, I don't. So you'll have to scroll up. That he posted that in the pre-market. Look at the market. By the way, look at this market. Well, that's kind of cool. Look at the two top here in the Momo, OTRK and Sava, two from our AI. Oh man, I certainly misjudged this one. I was just worried about this 200-day, but once it did that, I wanted to take this trade and I just got distracted. I blame you guys. Well, where could this keep going? I mean, this is turning into I'm surprised it wasn't halted. So there's the next high looking left is 848 or so on the monthly chart. Can't see it on the weekly. So there is the next high looking left is 848. Well, Sava is now through 30. So now the next high, I took some off, but the next high is 31.66. So this is just on an absolute roll here now. Well, if you're with me in the pre-market, you heard me talk about Sava, and I was so intrigued by all the news that came out. All right, what's next? Wyatt in our YouTube room saying, take a look at MSTR. Okay. Yeah, way outside the price range I like, but hey, I mean, if you don't mind trading this, yeah, I mean, this is it's almost a lifetime high. The lifetime high obviously is over here, almost 200. I just don't trade these sort of stocks, but hey, if there's any news on this one, this is a crypto play, kind of a crypto play, or not? The reason I say that, I'm seeing some news, crypto news bundled into all this, so I thought maybe it's I don't know enough about this company, but anyway, there you go. Yeah. Okay, how is KWeb doing? Is there a recovery with KWeb? And the answer is not really. Not really. we're not seeing a big recovery yet with that China market. Oh boy, Sava 31.72 guys. Next high looking left, so it still has about $1 to that high. 31.65 to be exact. All right, now OTRK, it has had a pullback to what? 388 now, so I thought maybe it might have pulled back down to the VWAP, but 388 is the VWAP, so it's still well above. All right. Well, did Roblox did it react positively at all to their refutation? Yeah, a little bit. 135. Well, actually, quite a bit. 35 to 39, anyway. Wow. Wow. Look at ZIM, guys. ZIM. I mean, this is a potential big move here. 2386. Now, this is all to do with the I think the port strike, which is over. Okay, the longshoremen, port strike, dock workers, and this stock, ripped higher based on that. But then once it was settled, this happened. So that, but it is trying to have a bit of a recovery. 2368 is the next high looking left for ZIM. Come on, Sava, take out 31 then. Why not? Wow. Okay. Well, listen, I mean, if that's the high, 3260 now is the next high in a weekly chart. 3165. Yeah, so 3165 is the next high on the daily chart. Now, if somehow it keeps moving, like you got to watch this one tomorrow. I mean, if it gets over that 3278, which is a monthly high, I mean, your next highs are up here at 42. All right, this is his China IPO from a few days ago, guys. So it's an all-time high now. I mean, it's didn't take much to get to an all-time high, but it is an all-time high. So this one's got a little bit of room. This IDYA, take a look at IDYA. Look at the daily chart. A lot of resistance right around the 32 level. So we're only at 3016. And I don't know if there's any news on this one. They're going to be at some kind of investor corporate presentation, but I don't see any specific news on it today. But there's IDYA. And again, it's got room. I mean, look at the daily chart. A lot of resistance, so around 3186 to 32. But that's far enough away, I think. All right, guys, I'm basically out of everything now in the Sava. Once it was got over that 31, started to approach that 31 again. So because there's still going to be a lot of doubters out there. Now the OTRK is really starting to drift down now a little bit more. Let's see if it takes out 5 again and shoots up from there again. All right, Novavax, NVAX. The next high, a little bit too close for me. 1378, a little too close. MNSO now, it's getting closer to that 200-day moving average, which is around 1920, maybe 1922. So it's getting closer to that. Will that stall it? American Airlines actually making a little bit of a move here. AAL, not a little bit. That's a big move now. On the monthly chart, so it's above those highs. So I'm not saying it's going to get to $15. Let me get back to a weekly chart on this. Maybe Nyama. I mean, SR, they've announced the financing, but we just don't know what the financing price is. SRRK. Just don't know what the financing price is. Yeah, VMAR. I see VMAR in the momentum scan. What time is it now? 10:09. So a little about 5 minutes or so. I'll go over all the information you can find on my homepage, including my scans. So this one, well, I'm gonna have to back this out a bit, see where it could go. Like to me, there could be some resistance, a little over $5 for VMAR. Could be. Just looking at this daily chart. So I'm seeing that the cruisers are starting to move. I guess with maybe oil prices dropping somewhat. I don't even know what oil prices are right now, but I'm assuming they must have dropped when we look at XL. Take a look at XLE right now. We saw XLE in the pre-market, and it was every one of the stocks making up XLE. Yeah, so it's still down. I'm assuming that means that yeah, Brent drops slips below $80. Okay, so I guess that's helping the airlines short term, helping the airlines, helping the cruisers. Big component of their cost, of course, fuel. All right, guys, this could get going now. Over 5 now. That's the OTRK. As longer it holds over 5. Just watching this, I want to see how well this holds 5, guys. The OTRK. I'd love to take this one. Volume is still pretty good. All right, guys. Well, you know what? This was a very quick scalp for me. I just don't trust it. I'm sorry with that float. I just don't trust it. So I'm in and out of that one very quickly. I will take a look at it again if it gets over 523, perhaps. But so on to the next one. You guys were talking about Chewy earlier. Wow, I'm glad I got out of that. CHWY, Chewy. And the next high, 29.85. Wow, lots of room. Lots of room. Well, let's see how well it holds over 29. Okay. And because it's got a lot of room, almost to $30. Actually, I'm sorry. It doesn't have as much room as I thought. I thought that was 28.16, but it's got a little bit of room to the $30 level. Well, that OTRK is right back up again, guys. Whew. It's all right. What does ZIM do? ZIM, did it keep moving higher? Yeah, it's looking interesting, guys. I mean, it's above the highs of the last 2 days, holding in this area. And of course, it's got all that room. 2366 or so is the next high looking left. That is a ton of room. All right, guys, 10:16. So you know what that means? It means taking a look at my home page and all the information you can find on my homepage, including my scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so on my homepage link, if you click on it, this is what you're going to find. So as always, right at the very top, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription. So my only thing I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. It'll really help to keep the room free. It's that simple. So you get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And just use my code anytime in the future. Okay. I'm not saying you have to do it right now, but at any time, next week, next month, next year, use my code. That'll really help to keep the room free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, first startup and login, scrolling down a bit, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, the two key ingredients of trade ideas. Okay. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. There's a whole series of videos, all free. Okay. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. This is free, of course. And the trade of the week, which I guess did trigger. Let's take a look at Lunar, LUNR. 775 was the trigger. Let's see what it's doing now. Oops. So, yeah, still at the trigger price. So when you sign up for the trade of the week, you'll get an email. And in the email, there's a Steve Gomez who creates these. He basically goes over why he suggested this being the trade of the week with a trigger price, and the trigger was just over 775, and so it did trigger. Okay, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. These are designed for longer term holds. Now, if you do decide to sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Here's the education section is here. Here's our user guide. Getting started. That's at getting started again. Way more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. Excuse me. You'll notice I'm running a stock race right here. Here's how you can create your own stock race. I'm going to go over mine, but here's how you can create your own with your own set of parameters. Price alerts. I use price alerts on the charts all the time. And watch lists. If you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. Obviously, a lot more information is in the user guide, but like any other user guide, you don't have to learn everything in the user guide. Okay? Getting started again, daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday, and Michael just confirmed it will be him. Okay, Michael Noss will take over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. And last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, okay, and you're at the top here, just scroll down, middle section, right here. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing, and some of them I'm actually displaying, okay? So the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Pulse resumes, which actually is not that active. Normally this would be full by now. Pulse resumes is over here. The upside movers versus downside movers is right here, down in this area. And then change from the relative strength leaders is right here. Now I do have another scan that I have on my other monitor. It's the momentum scan right here. And I have this one, the large cap gainers from the start of the race, which is here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running myself, but you can take a look at them and maybe one of them. And I plan to have the gap continuation or reversal scan probably up next week once we get more into earnings plays. Okay, so here are the scans. Now, welcome to the room, by the way. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm sharing my screen live on the mic, and you can ask questions all day. Excuse me, all day. This is a trading room, but you can also ask questions all day long. Okay, it's also a support room. If I'm busy in a trade, which for instance, on the OTRK, which definitely required my all my attention, I'll let you know. But typically, I'm here to answer questions also. Now, if it's an accounting type question, I cannot answer that, but I can certainly direct you to the people who can. Okay. Now, what is Trade Ideas all about? So we are fabulous at real-time alerting. Okay, I like to demonstrate that right here with this alert window that I call Momo. If I right-click on it, you're going to see what exactly it's looking for, what this scan is looking for. So if I click on the summary, this is what the scan is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three. That means it's got to be trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is why I call a momentum scan, because our volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So this is the screening aspect. There are a lot of screening programs out there, and again, there's nothing wrong with the screening program. We obviously screen, but we take it a step further in that we also have real-time alerting. And so, if all these values are met, all these filter values are met, whoa, and there's the OTRK making a decision time again for me. I'm a little late. Shoot, I'm a little late on it. So the bottom line is this: if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing YOU at 32.47 making a new high for the day, and it was at 10:22 plus 55 seconds. What are we right now? About a minute. That's about a minute ago. So since then, no other stock has met all these filter requirements. I made a new high for the day. Okay, so that's how it works. One moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm back now. I have to get rid of this. Oh, no, no, I don't. I can go over this. No, I don't. I'm sorry. I've got to get rid of one of these so I can. Okay. So what I wanted to say, give me a moment. So what I wanted to say is, you like this, and then you see what's happening. RHE is making a new high. Okay, with all these filter requirements satisfied. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it exactly the way it is. You got that right, William. And but if you want to make any changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like this price range. Maybe there's something else about it you don't like, or maybe you want to add your own filter. Go ahead. Okay, this is just what I want to see. It doesn't have to be the way you want to see. Okay. Now, if you want to build your own scans from scratch, you can of course do that also. Right at the very top, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the very top, new high of the day and the new low of the day. That's the two most popular ones. But as you can see, as I keep scrolling down, okay, there are a lot of other real-time alerts that we do have. And if I keep scrolling down, when you see these icons, these are the filters that we've got, all the filters that we do have. Now, please, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't think, man, this is way too complicated. How am I going to learn all this? Well, the good news is you don't have to. I mean, I think this makes perfect sense on why we have so many. When the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create all these different real time alerts and all these different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So if you're scrolling down all this and you think, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Don't worry about it. Okay. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's and just a handful of the filters. And that doesn't mean what I don't use is bad. It just means for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be very different. And maybe you can take advantage of some of these other real time alerts and the filters. So even the lays has come back. Is there going to be a contest in October? I don't have a final word on that, Stephen. Okay. I think they are planning another test drive. So if they have a test drive, they'll probably have the contest incorporated into it. Okay. So I think they are planning. Probably know today there's a marketing meeting, and maybe they'll have finalized it if there is going to be a test drive. And what the test drive is all about, guys, if you're wanting to try trade ideas, we don't have free trials, but the test drive usually runs for 10 trading days. And normally in the past, it's cost $11.11 for the 10 trading days. And then interspersed within the within the test drive, we have, in the last few ones anyway, we've had a trading contest. So it's a 3-day trading contest. Whoever makes the most money in the 3 days. Last time it was $4,400. It was an Amazon gift, but it was also sponsored by Trade the Pool. In the past, it's been a $2,200 Amazon gift certificate, but whatever it will be, it'll be significant enough that if you win the contest, look at Lays now, LASE. It's worthwhile taking part in it. All right, guys, let's go over the races now and what the races are all about. So, as I said, you can create your own race. I'm not in the Lays. Son of a bunch of expletives. Anyway, so what is the race all about? Well, I'm running 4-minute races, and again, if you click on my homepage link, click on the education section, click on the guide. There's a whole section on stock racing, how you create your own race. Okay, with your own set of parameters. So I like running 4-minute races. Don't ask me why. That's just what I picked. So what does it really mean though? So what this means is that since the race started, so 3.5 minutes ago, this stock, RHE, has moved 11.7%. Okay. And Lays has moved 11.3%. See how it just took over the pole position. Okay. Now, if this race closes, I'm going to give it another 18 seconds. Explain what's going to happen here. I don't know why this happens. It seems to stall. But anyway, so Lays won the last race. Okay. Lays won the last race. Notice what happens, guys. The top 10 list will be built for you over the course of the day automatically. And it's made up of the stocks that have that win the most races. So OTRK has won 7 races, Lays 4, the BPTH, etc., 1, etc. So far, but there will be a top 10 list that will be built automatically for you. Why is that interesting? Well, now you can follow these stocks all day long if you want to. Number one. Now, when you see a stock in this list, I would click on it. You don't have to wait, number one, for a stock to be at the top or for the race to be over to click on it. Click on anything that you see here to see what is happening with it. There's a reason why it's in this list right now. So you might look at this, for instance, you might look at this RZLV, and it's pulled back. 751 is the VWAP. Now it's way under the VWAP. So, but what if it pulled back into the VWAP? It got as high as 8. What if it had pulled back into the VWAP? If you're that style of a trader, thinking that the VWAP acts as support, you watch it at that area and maybe it pops. Okay, so even like because I am more of a momentum trader, I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. It doesn't have to be your trading style, and you can use this to see stocks that have pulled back. The VPTH has pulled back a lot, from the highs. The 128 is the VWAP. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back again. Where was I? So talking about the races, okay? Wow, I'm so semi ticked off at this one. I should be back in this one, but oh well. Lots happening. I used to get really upset about this sort of stuff, but that was years ago when if you didn't trade in the first hour, you're basically nothing was going to happen for the rest of the day. But that's certainly not the case now. So anyway, even Sava, look at Sava, guys. Sava is now back over 30. So again, if you're more of a pullback player, you can use this to check out the stocks that have won races or check anything that's in here to see what it's doing. Sava is a great example. Well, where's the VWAP? 2937. I'm going to use the VWAP as an example, but you could have maybe a moving average on a 5-minute chart, or maybe on a 10-minute, on a 15-minute chart. Maybe the stock moves into that moving average and that holds it. So there's all sorts of different ways to look at this, and it doesn't have to be only looking at stocks near the high of the day or the low of the day if you want to short. I mean, that happens to be the way I like to see things, but it doesn't have to be the way you see things. So the question right now should be, why are these stocks showing up? First of all races start off from what we call a top list. Okay, if I right click and open the top list, you notice that's an option. I'm going to open the top list. Notice this popped up on my other monitor. There is a huge list of stocks in here. Why are these in here? And notice when I right click on the top list, launch real-time stock race. So hopefully this starts making sense. You can create your own top list window with your parameters and then launch a race from it. So in this top list, this is what it's looking for. The summary: stock between $1 and $50. Volume is at least 200,000 shares and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. So if a stock meets all these requirements, it'll be in this list of stocks. Number one. So why, before we had races, how a person would use a top list window is this. If you wanted to find the stocks that say were up the most today from yesterday's close, as long as you had that as a column header, so I have C% right there, which is the change from yesterday's close. If I double left click on it, OTRK is up 161% from yesterday's close. Lays is 39%, etc., all the way down this list. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day, OTRK is still the top one at 58%, and moving down, there's Lays at 43%, etc., all the way down this list. So maybe that's nice information to know. But what if you wanted to see a stock that was really starting to move? That's a question we get. I mean, how can I find a stock that may be starting to move? Well, here's how you can do it with the race. What if there's a stock down here, say VRAX, okay? Just picking VRAX. It's up 3.4% right now from its opening trade. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, VRAX really started to move? It's up 4%, 5%, 10%, okay? Moving up this list. How would you ever know? It's a huge list of stocks. You would never, ever be able to know that. So that's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether a stock is, up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from its opening trade. All it cares about is in that huge list of stocks, what stock is moving the most percentage wise. So sometimes you're going to get, you saw with the Lays, we had like a 10, 11% move. And you're going to get this in this race sometimes because this is a pretty volatile race. I mean, this is up. Fan H is up 2.3%. That's only 4 cents, okay? But you can get some pretty big percentage moves here. And I want to draw your attention to the other race that I do follow. Now, this is a race. It's the same principle as this race, but the big difference is that I added a couple of filters. Notice that you more than likely are not going to get big percentage moves in this race. That doesn't mean that these are not worth following. Okay. In fact, if I were new to trading, I would probably want to follow a list like this more than this one. Yes, this one gives you the biggest bang and it's more exciting, but with stocks that move higher very quickly, they can also move down a lot more quickly. So I'm not saying you can't have drops here, but they're generally speaking, you're not going to get the same volatility. Why? Because I added two filters. So again, if I right click, open the top list, look how many. They're not very not I mean, look at this list of stocks. Not nowhere near the same number. Okay. Why? Because I added two filters. I added that the market cap has to be at least half a billion, and also the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay, so consequently, you're just not going to see stocks because there's no float minimum, there's no a market cap minimum, so you get all these really little ones that can really start moving. Okay, so that's the big difference. But as you can see, a top 10 list is automatically built for you here also. This is a great watch list for you for the day. And again, that's on my homepage. This one, no, it's no large cap gainers from the start of the race on my homepage. It's nothing to do with the S&P. Nothing to do. So it's go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and that's what it's called. Large cap gainers from the start of the race. Nothing to do with the S&P. Now you could create a race based on just on the S&P if you wanted to. You just we can have the symbol list. In fact, I think there might even be one of the channels, S&P stock racing, S&P 500 stock racing. Okay. So this is more the, here we go. So if you want to see it as a race, well, this is the tree map version, but here is a race. So who's moving up? Who's moving down? Okay. Yeah, you have to fiddle around with it, but I mean, you can have an S&P 500 race if you want. And that's from our channel bar. Our channel bar has a lot of built-in. If you click on new and then dog channel bar, you notice there are a lot of theme-based channels here. You click on the show more, you can see all of the theme-based channels that we have. So if you don't want to build your own scan from scratch, you can always take a look at the channels. You can take a look at my scans. Okay, guys, I'm seeing some bounces now in the China stocks. A few of them, little reversals. LU, DQ, Tiger, XPAV, JKS, QSG, WB. I'm just going down a list of stocks on this reversal scan that I've got. I mean, they're not huge bounces, but they're trying to make new 5-minute highs. Let's take a look at KWeb to see if there's anything to that. Yeah, look at KWeb here on a 5-minute chart. You can see we're getting a little bit of a bounce now. You know, some bottom fishing. Boy, this hood, you guys are all over the hood, I think, earlier. Look at the SPY, guys. Now, I don't know if there's a 1043. I don't recall any economic stuff happening, but let me refresh my memory. Looking at that, at the economic calendar, 1245. So 1245, Bostic will be talking, one of the Fed governors, economic outlook. Okay, so that's really the next thing. So I don't know what happened here. And then at 1 o'clock, we've got the results of the $58 billion 3-year note auction. And after that, nothing. So 1245, we could have some effect in the market based on what Bostic says. Yeah, Liz is torturing me here in my momentum scan. New high after new high, new high after new high. Give me one moment, please. Okay, give me about 1 minute, guys. All right, guys, I am back. All right, 1047. Oh, let me take a look at some of these ones now that are in the large cap gainers. Okay. Now, Mobileye, for some reason, I had a price alert. I must have done this yesterday. I can't remember exactly why. Okay, a break of this high on the daily. Now, the next high on the, yeah, it's a little close. $13 is the next high. Well, again, guys, here's another China stock that is rebounded. I mean, still down, excuse me, still down for the day. Okay. This is TAL, China education stock. This is pretty interesting, maybe. I mean, look how well it's basing at $11. Okay. And the high today was around 11.11, but the high yesterday was 11, almost 12. So if the China stocks keep moving higher, I mean, this is an interesting candidate because you've got a very defined stop area just underneath 11, really. Look at all the support there. Now, I'm glad I looked at this. There's the 200-day moving average is right there at 11.18. So consequently, that would have to take that out also. Lunar, so the trade of the week is working. Yeah, 775. So again, the next high looking left is 822. Too bad. CXDO, this looks interesting, but then when I look left on the weekly chart, the next high is just a little bit over 5. So it's too close for me. Jebediah, JBDI. What is it doing? Crazy one from a few weeks ago. All right, Rocket Lab. Take a look at RKLB. Why? A little over 10. What's the high looking left? 10.15, and then the next high is 10.29. That's too bad. I mean, to me, there's just too much resistance, potential resistance. Well, I mentioned this PTCT earlier, and what a nice run. A little pullback here, but a nice run. I am not in, never. I never took this one. PTCT maybe coming into 38.62. What did it get up to today? Got up to 38.57. So you can see that little high there is blocking it so far. Yeah, again, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back again. So let's take a look at this ZIM. I want to see if it, yeah, I mean, it pulled back a little bit. What did it pull back to? 928 is the VWAP, and it got down to about 939. So that VWAP area looks like it's trying to hold it. Yeah, Liz, it's got the room, obviously, because of what happened. Still has room at $9 is the next high. Mhm. Well, I have an alert set up in that area. Let's see if it happens. And of course, the float is pretty low. I mean, 8.6 million in the float. Look at the volume, 15. So it's traded the float not quite double yet. Relative volume is 19, 19 times normal up to this time of day. Look at this volume today. It's going to eclipse the volume of yesterday. All right, guys, I'm just internal conversations, not with me, in our Slack thread. Another China play, guys, VIPS. So there are a lot of China plays. I mean, I mean, look at this. I mean, a lot of China plays. They're still underwater, but they're recovering. KWeb is recovering, and so a lot of the China plays are looking like this. How's FUTU doing? Yeah, I mean, you can see. I mean, they had a big bounce pullback, but still looking pretty good. I mean, all relative. It's down 15%, but at one point it was down 20%. And Tiger, I mean, this may get going. I mean, if this takes out the high 971, I want to know about that later on, especially if KWeb continues to move higher. I did see some news on this SPAI, something to do with drones, I think, and maybe helping the airborne response hurricane in the hurricane area of Florida. Safe Pro's airborne response subsidiary, Drone Emergency Services, that's pretty cool, I guess. There's over 120 pilots trained and ready to respond in the aftermath of what is this one called? Hurricane Milton. Well, hopefully in this room, there's nobody. Well, I know we have some people in Florida, but I don't know where it's supposed to hit in Florida. So we've got Tampa. So that's where it's supposed to hit, the Tampa area? Okay. Oh, there's the Lays guys, LASC. So it's not quite at the high, but let me see. Where is Lays? Right here, LASC. So it popped up. So yeah, I mean, look what it did. It got close to the high, 640. The high is up here, right around 641. Wow, 641. So look what it did. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 highs on the 5-minute chart, right around the high of the day. So you can see that it was struggling to get through that. Boy, I think I'm missing the boat on this one. The FANH has been ripping here. Well, it's another China stock. Okay, so yeah, China guys. I mean, China is having a nice a nice recovery. I mean, it's still down a lot. KWeb is still down 9%. Actually, KWeb really. I mean, look at a 15-minute chart. It really hasn't recovered that much. All right. Well, here's Tiger, guys. You know what? Let's see if Tiger has any sort of a run in it now. This one, this Tiger was interesting because this had basically a straight run up, whereas KWAB was sort of chopping a little bit on these daily. I mean, it was moving higher, but the Tiger seemed to be so strong. So let's see if the strength can resume. Boy, this Fan H is on the move here, guys. Fan H on the move. Won the last race. All right, you know what? Give me a moment, guys. Are there even shorts available for FANH? Okay, guys, you're getting a little too political here. Okay, okay, that is gone. I'm sorry, way too political. I'm just going to get rid of everything. Okay. All right, guys. Wow, I'm watching the Tiger, but it's sort of dropping a little bit here. I was hoping it would hold in the 60s, but maybe not. Boy, that Fan H is just ripping. Well, it was. It was. I mean, that was a great move from 160 all the way up to 220. I don't think I've really saw this one during the big run up of the China stocks, but good, Kevin. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, okay, Shady. If you don't like it, you can do something else. But facts, okay? You're talking facts. There's no such thing as facts. What you just said, in my opinion. But you know what? If you don't like it, you can go elsewhere. Sorry, this room will not become political. All right, guys. So, yeah, Tiger. I'm still interested in Tiger, but it's going to have to get back into the 60s, high 60s for me to get really interested. ADMA, guys. ADMA. Now, what could this one do? This is an all-time high, I believe. Yeah, all-time high now. ADMA is an all-time high. So, what's the volume like? The relative volume is nothing to speak of, but see if there's any news on this ADMA. SPY is still hanging in there at the highs, near the highs anyway. Keep an eye on the Tiger, guys. You know, as long as China stocks seem to be recovering, I just find that the Tiger was one of the strongest ones during the surge of all the China stocks. Well, I'm not a big swing player, as you know, Baba. So, not probably the right person to ask, but let's take a look at PEV. Well, and it's, I mean, you know what? Okay, first of all, here is SKK. This is just give me one moment, please. I think I have a delivery, but just give me a moment. Okay, one moment again. Yeah, guys, it's a delivery, so I'm just going to have to go down and meet the gentleman. Okay, I'll be back in about a couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so I've got a couple questions. TT, I'll answer your question in a bit here. Okay, so again, with the PEV, way outside my, you're talking about a stock that is under a dollar, and you're saying it's got had earnings and maybe there's good. I kind of take anything with that with a grain of salt. Okay, that's my opinion. What's happening? Okay, so sorry, I can't really be any help on that one. Okay, well, through all that, yes, I was able to get the lays. That's what I was delayed on. I know, no, I know, I know, I know. It took out that 645, and that's what I was waiting on. And now, of course, it's got all the room. Okay, so TT, unfortunately, you cannot identify pre-market volume using trade ideas. Okay. In other words, if you're looking at this volume right here, 2.9 million, how much of that is pre-market? You can't do it. We don't have a. It's a question that's been asked quite a bit over the years. Why don't we have a data point for pre-market volume? But we just don't. We have post-market volume, but not pre-market. So sorry about that. Answering TT in our YouTube room. Come on, take out 7. You can set the count alert pre-market. Yes. Yes. So you're talking about stocks making new highs and all that? Yes. Yes, TT. Yes. So the SKK, so this is the Singapore stock, right? Oh, it just got halted. Look at this. Look at this. This could open around 5:30. First time I'm displaying this now. This is SKK. This is the halt, 510. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? And this column here is giving a bit of a hint, perhaps, of where it could open when it comes out of its halt. Ooh, this has got some room, guys. Trivi, TRVI, Trevi Therapeutics. This got some room. So on the well, let's make sure of that. Shoot, on the daily chart, no. On the weekly chart, yes, 338, a little bit of room, but on the daily chart, no. All right, SKK, where is this going to open? This is one that really interested in. The IPO price was at 4, right? Was, yeah, $4, 2.5 million shares, Singapore stock. So there's some enthusiasm for it because you can see it's over the IPO price. So yes, so this is the type of stock that could have a run today. I'm not going to lose sight of Tiger, guys, later. Okay, TIGR. I've got some alerts at around 970. I want to see if how much more these China stocks are recovering. I mean, they're not really. This is down 9%. I think. I mean, this has come from 33.68 up to 35.22 now. So it's at about a $3 pop from the low this morning in the pre-market for KWeb. So this UVE continues to recover here. This is Insure in Florida. I'm not sure why it's recovering, but it is. Well, as long as you've got stops in place, Hermes, I mean, I mean, you have days like this for sure. Put a high up here or a price alert at the high. I mean, it still has room. I mean, if this takes out the high later on, but the SKK, let's see if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. The answer is no. So this is going to be longer. We're seeing this a lot, with these IPOs that come out, especially China or Singapore, when they get halted. Typically a halt is 5 minutes long, but we're seeing more and more that these ones tend to be more like 10, sometimes even 15 minutes long. So there's the SKK, still halted. Now, if it's a 10-minute halt, it'll open at 10:25 plus 29 seconds. So maybe just an overreaction, William, right? People look at UVE based in Florida thinking, oh my gosh, end of the world for them. Maybe just an overreaction. Boy, look at this potential open now for the, if you did get in before the halt, you should be laughing. I doubt very much it's going to open below 510. So there's 560 potential open. Yeah, we're talking about that right now, Michael, in our YouTube room. Well, I don't see the bid over 7. I see I trust IB, but I mean, I'm not suggesting your source is incorrect, but I see 570 right here. So I do want to be prepared to see whether or not it does open in 10 minutes. So that's 10:25 plus 29 seconds. So less than 2 minutes from now, if it's going to be a 10-minute halt. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 10:20, sorry, 11:25 now. So 29 seconds if it's a 10-minute halt. Okay. I just want to be ready for it if it does happen. I see 570 right here. See what it does open at. If it's going to be a 10-minute halt. Sometimes these can be 15 though. And it opened. It did open. It did open, guys. Let's see if it pops through 6. Oh, wow. It's rapidly trading, rapidly trading. All right. Sorry, guys. Jeez. Oh, man. I think this is going to get halted, and I think I just sold it before the halt. I think. Yeah. Oh boy, I wish I hadn't. Oh, I wish I hadn't. But it just got I literally got out at 632 and I was the bid ask was 632, 633, and it was stuck there. And I'm surprised I got out. Now I wish I hadn't, but we'll see what happens now. Well, we haven't had one like this for a while, the Singapore stocks, or even China. We haven't had one for a while. The day of going crazy. Oh man, I wonder where this is going to open really. 651, 651. So 632 on the halt, 651. Well, Sava guys, now it looks like the doubters are coming in. So Sava is now starting to, I mean, it's still up 13%, but it's starting to drift down through that whole number, through the whole number, 29. This has been a vilified stock for well, it seems like 4 years now, ever since 2020. Okay, guys, I got about 30 minutes left. Okay, 30 minutes. And then Michael will take over for me in our YouTube room. I saw WW earlier today. I didn't click on the symbol though. I don't think, no, I never clicked on WW, but I did see it earlier today for some reason. It must have passed one of my scanners. Yeah, under a dollar. Man, oh man. Yeah, people want the quick fix. Give me a shot, lose weight. Is it possible to run the odds maker on Holly trades? Well, I mean, you can create a symbol list with them and run the run, but you have to have an alert window. You will not be able to. Let me explain this better. I mean, you can take the Holly trades today and yesterday and I guess the day before and all that. You can create a symbol list and then attach that to an alert window and then run the back tester on that if that's what you want to do. No, there isn't. The Holly strategies are all proprietary, so you cannot run so you don't know what they are. You don't know what the filters are. You don't know what the trigger is. They're all proprietary, Mohammed. That's the whole idea of it. All right, guys. Well, the excitement of the SKK. Let's see again if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. So it was halted at 11:26. So it's going to be another at least 10-minute halt. You can see what's happening with this one. It'll be at least another 10-minute halt. So 11:36 plus 35. Here is your potential open, a little bit above the halt price. I can't believe I got out there. I really thought I was going to get in. It wouldn't have bothered me. I mean, I'd still be in this one as long as it moved above 650 or above the 632. But yeah, I literally was watching this, wondering, am I going to get out? Because it was just stuck there at the 632. But anyway, all right, PDYN. What is this one doing? PDYN. Haven't seen. I don't think I've ever seen this one. So this one looks like this was an IPO back here. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. To a monthly chart. So it looks like it started trading as PDYM back here. Don't know if it was an IPO or a symbol name change, but it looks like it started trading PDYN back here. Okay, guys, in 1 minute now, 1 minute now. If this is a 10-minute halt, this is going to open the SKK. I want to see what happens. This could be one of those ones later on in the day also. Like, for instance, what if it drops somewhat? I will put a price alert at the high of the day. And then if it takes that out later on in the day, that probably gets me in. All right, guys, could be 10 seconds or less than 10 seconds. And it just resumed. Okay, what did it do? Wow. So it dropped. Thank you. Thank you, trading gods, for getting me out at 6:30 or not. Look at it now. Wow. How crazy these are, guys. This is why we really love to see these Singapore or China IPOs. Okay. This is what they can do. They can go kind of bonkers the first day, sometimes even the second day. Definitely not holding. I think it's going to get maybe halted again. No. I did not say getting me out. I did not say that. I said out. Fed up with you Yanks saying that we Canadians say oot. I did not say oot. Oot is Scottish. Wow, look at this. I did not. Wow. Well, you can see why, guys, why these can be so exciting. Sorry, I shouldn't have said Yanks. I don't know if that's derogatory. Man, oh man, halted again. Wow. Look at this, guys. So look at this halt now, 751 in 1770. I wasn't around. I'm old, but not quite that old. Okay, guys, 11:39. So another 20 minutes for me. Well, the CIA, what do they do? Citizens. Okay, CIA. There's the symbol, and this is a short from our AI. Interesting. So the other China. Yeah, there's the other China IPO. Not today, but a few days ago. So you can see it is above the high of the first day, and it's pretty good. I think some of you guys were talking about MIR earlier. I do recall seeing the symbol. I think in the room. There's MIR. MIR. Nice move. Good volume. Good volume. I don't know what the float is. Let me reload it. So it's a big float, 200 million in the float. Oh, I know why I saw it. I saw it here. I saw it in here. The large cap. It won the last race. And I also think I saw it in the momentum scan earlier. And there's MYTE, which I've completely lost sight of. Over $8 now. Lot of action, guys. Well, let's see if this is going to be a 10-minute halt. So 11:48 plus 17 seconds. So it's definitely going to be, well, not necessarily. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open in a minute, but these have all been 10-minute halts so far for the SKK. Now we can thank Draw again for drawing that to our attention in the pre-market, saying it was going to be an IPO today, scheduled anyway. On mute. Okay, so yeah, kind of boring what they do. Okay, so right now the high of the day is a little bit around 9, right? 9:01. So I've got a price alert set there. Again, if you're in this now, I hope it keeps moving higher for you right now. But if you're not, what I'm hoping for is that it might just sort of stay in this area, and then later in the afternoon takes out 9 on some volume and just explodes. That is what I'm going to wait on. But it may take out 9 immediately. So in which case, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it. I want it to kind of rest a bit. Or look at that, just took it out briefly anyway. Well, again, if you're in this one, great. Well, I said 10 could be could be in the offing. Well, halted again, guys. SKK halted again. Wow. Now I refuse to believe it's going to open at 13. Okay. But look at that 10 level. That 10 level looks pretty juicy. Well, I've got another 10 minutes or so, guys, before I do take my break. And what did I say? I think at 12:45, right? 12:45, Caustic is talking, Fed president. 12:45. So that could have an effect on the market. And is what William is also pointing out, that could have an effect on the market. No, not stupid. I mean, I guess, if somebody has center point, sometimes, I mean, I don't know if anybody in the room has center point. It's possible they have shorts available for SKK, but if they do have shorts available, I'm sure it will be a massive charge. So I don't know. Is anybody with center point or Cobra or Trade Zero? I guess those are the three that could have shorts for SKK. But, in cases like this, it's really good we don't have shorts because I sure it looks easy when you get a top, when finally you think there's a top and it works. But, you could have thought there was a top here, a top here, a top here, maybe a top here. So I have no problem not having shorts available for this thing. Okay. If it's going to open in 5 minutes, it'll be less than a minute for this to open. There you go. So Trade Zero has shorts for it. What's your rate, RJ? 33 for 199. Okay. Okay, guys, 13 seconds or so, if this is going to be a 5 minute halt. The last one was. So let's see what happens here. Here is our potential. Would not surprise me if this explodes through 10. Whoa, it didn't. Not yet anyway. There it went. There it goes. Okay. Sorry, it was out by 5 seconds. But now look how whippy it is. Oh man. It's fun. Again, Interactive Brokers, guys. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen that you see here. Nothing to do with trade ideas. And I always have to say that because people ask, where is that in trade ideas? Bostic, Bushmaster Bostic is speaking at 12:45. Wow. Do we have 100? All right, guys, I'll get my announcement in, okay? And I'm not gone yet. I'm just going to wait for Michael to show up. So remember earlier on, the Dow was down and the Nas was up. So Dow is up now. SPY's up quite a bit. Look at that. So if you're new to this, yes, this can happen. Fortunes can be made and fortunes can be lost on a stock like this. Yeah, you're right, Tiger. Yes, you are right. I thought I had a price alert set for Tiger, but I guess I didn't. Well, 10 will obviously be maybe a tough one to get through, psychologically, but how's KWeb doing now? KWeb, I want to make sure KWeb is making, yeah. Let's see, I mean, on the 15, it doesn't look that great, but it's starting to make a move here. All right, now here's the halt on the way down, guys. So there is the halt. Well, it halted on the way down, but look at the potential open. I won't be around for that. But what I'm going to do is put a price alert now at the high and see in the afternoon if it takes. Okay, guys, Michael will be showing up anytime now. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Michael while I take my break for an hour. And I will be doing a reboot of Trade Ideas while I'm on my break. So my screen goes black, don't worry, or blank, don't worry, it'll be coming back. There's the WW. Now I'm seeing the WW in the momentum scan. Okay. And I wouldn't see it earlier because it's under $1, but now it's over $1. And let's take a look left on the weekly chart. Doesn't have a lot of room, in my opinion, from this current price. When you look at the weekly chart, doesn't have a lot of room. Okay, guys. Yes, I've muted myself. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. See, our AI actually is taking WW. Okay, guys, I'm going to reboot right now my trade ideas. No, I guess I better wait for Michael. I didn't hear a little pop, so I don't think he made it into YouTube yet. Bets on where it opens. Well, we can take a look at this. Doesn't look good. 860. Really? Okay. Well, let's see. I mean, there's 870. I mean, this number fluctuates, of course. Michael's a little bit late here. All right, guys. Well, Michael's a little bit late right now. It's 2 minutes after noon, so just waiting for him to show up. Okay, guys, we may have to have somebody else come in. Yeah, Chris, if you want to take over, and then if Michael does show up, you can hand it back to him. That if you can hear me, that'd be fine. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for, I think Chris is going to take over instead of Michael. Okay, guys. Well, unfortunately, I do have things to do, so I'm hoping Chris will show up pretty soon, or somebody anyway. Well, as I bide my time here, SKK. No, William. 850 is stacking up right now, but it's going to be more than a wow. It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. Well, I can't take my break yet, Carl. I have to wait for somebody to come into YouTube to take over for me. All right. Who was that? Is that you, Michael, or is that Chris?
That's Chris.
Okay.
So you can run off, and I will swap the screen, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Chris.
You got it, buddy. All right, everybody, going to fill in for Michael here. Pardon the delay. I just have to get some things organized on my side so I can get a good screen share up there with you all. Let's swap that. That looks good. That looks good. And there's Michael.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I was listening in, and then there was a delay with you, so I said, Barry, I don't know what's going on, but I'll just pop in for a little bit here if you need. And so
yeah, cool. Well, I'll take it for a little bit.
All righty.
Cool. Thanks for covering.
You got it. You got it.
All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me just share this here. Just had a little technical hiccup there. Always happens. Had a big rainstorm yesterday. Nothing like what's going on in Florida. So, everyone, if you're down there, obviously be safe. As always, for those who don't know, give Barry some much needed time off for an hour. Do some live Q&A if you have any questions when it comes to trade ideas, trading, anything like that. Certainly ask away. We can get going on that. Until then, as always, I'm going to just end up doing my homework, which right now, looking at the SP 500, not a lot going on, is there? This is what I expect to happen, where we have this kind of choppy range right in here, chopping back and forth. This is, again, it's election time coming for you American folk. It makes sense that this is kind of what's going to occur. If you look at any of the seasonality, we can go from there. The idea is that when you get these, the only seasonality I'm super focused on, I'm not really a big like sell in May, go away, all these kind of things, but what makes perfect sense is the election seasonality, and especially this time in the election seasonality. If you look it up, there's a big choppy period before both elections. Again, I'm Canadian. I don't really know too much about your system, but you seem to have one every 2 years for different levels of government. And right before them, you get some choppy action. And then right after them, generally you get some bullish action, regardless of what happens. And it's more of just investors being cautious, investors being made sure that, they want to know what's going to happen, right? It sounds cheesy, and I was trying to avoid saying it, but I'll say it. But the market likes certainty to whatever level or degree you can get certainty. The market actually really loves certainty, right? It knows, okay, this is how the layout of our government's going to look. This is what we can expect to have happen. All of those types of things. So other than the S&P 500, we can take what's looking here. First of all, I'm always shocked and bewildered when the top ETF on my little ETF watcher here is jets, because this is the worst possible business that there is jets. You know, for those who don't know, I guess jets is just a conglomeration of airline companies, and man, airline companies are awful as a business. Again, up here in Canada, we have the up here in Canada we have Air Canada, and I think Air Canada's gone bankrupt like 20 times, and then restructures, and then the government bails it out because we kind of need some way to do something. Like we have to. So the idea is that it makes way more sense in the long run to not be long these things. But you just look at this move that's occurred. I don't know why. I don't know if anyone has any ideas. I don't really care too much why. But highest up on my kind of relative strength for ETF watch list, and it's button up against these all-time highs right here. Had a great indication right here at $18. Kind of rid up all the way to 20, and now we're kind of consolidating right at this zone. So it might be a good look, might be a good idea to take, but you got to be really careful. Like, what's that one we were talking about on the podcast last week with Save? And yeah, Save is a nice push lower on that move. And this is like, I think they're either close to or exploring or declaring bankruptcy in some case. So the fact that this airline can be absolutely shit in the bed, and then the rest of them are doing enough to hold up the entire airline market, gets really, really interesting to me. And if we take something like a Delta, and let's zoom out here to a monthly chart, it looks good. But, and this is where I try to very actively avoid knowledge of what a company does and just try to look at the chart, because it's really hard for me to be interested in trading something like this because it's an airline. But this looks actually like a pretty good monthly chart, right? It's been consolidating here for a long time. This was obviously the 2020 collapse. Never recovered from that the same way that a lot of other sectors did. Obviously, the market, technology, all these things hit way all-time highs, but we're butting up against these highs, a major resistance area for a long time. So I don't know, but it might be time to put some of these in my pocket, and maybe jets is a way to do it. Now, I think the difference with this pullback on jets is I think jets includes things like Boeing. So Boeing is weighing it down. You can always go through and you can always Google. You can Google if you go jets ETF holdings. It's like they have to by law put those up here. So you can just scroll down. You always get what's in them. Like by law, they have to just put these right up for you. So all the things you'd expect: United Airlines, Delta Airlines, Southwest Airlines, all of these, JetBlue, SkyWest, Alaskan Air, Air Canada. There we go. It's actually in there. Bombardier. So no, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't see any Boeing. If it is, it's a very tiny, tiny percent. Right. There's also very worldwide ETFs, right? So we can go from there when it comes to different ETF type names. But yeah, very worldwide, very interesting ETF. Right? And this is why I love to do this, and I love this particular way to rank these stocks, because this is, everyone's kind of wondering about, the fancy thing that I do, or like, how do you do relative strength with all kinds of fancy ways? This is about it when it comes to relative strength ranking. The idea is that you don't have to do that, right? If you have a watch list like I'm showing up here you can very quickly see what's doing well and what's doing poorly on the day. You keep half an eye on that day to day, you'll have a pretty good understanding of what's being strong, what's being weak in the market. And, you're obviously seeing KWeb getting hit pretty hard in the grand scheme of things. Right? Nice breakout here from 27 to 37, and now it's down to 33. So this to me is a very interesting pattern, and this is what I'm going to be watching very closely. I already have some China exposure, potentially looking to get more China exposure, but what I'm looking for is just, are there dip buyers? Are there dip buyers that come in right at this zone to push it higher, right? So you got to think of the psychology of the market. Every time you look to see the psychology, a technical pattern, right? We always got to remember that all charts are showing us is the psychology of the participants within the market, right? And what we're looking for is, in situations like this, is how much FOMO did this create versus how quickly are people, how quickly are people going to run? So if this created a whole lot of FOMO in which people are like, oh man, I really want to own China, but I missed it and it went on this insane run. Man, I wish I bought some China before. Then a pullback like this is going to get a bunch of buyers in, right? People are going to go, oh, sweet, right? I've got a 10% discount on the Chinese stocks that I really, really wanted, and I was sad that I missed out on. The other side of that is obviously, if people are like, oh no, I expect China to do what China's been doing over, let's go back to the monthly chart, over the number of years, which is, right, a pop and then a drop over and over and over again, then you'll start to see sellers come in and say, okay, let me get out. Also, people that had bought, somewhere up in 50, they're seeing this reverse down. They're getting kind of PTSD moments from when that occurred before, and we can kind of push from there, right? So when we start looking at this, so that's, I think, for me, that's the play with China, right? Is you kind of draw a line in the sand. You can use a moving average. You can just kind of eyeball half the move. You could even maybe lean on this prior high right here, like $30, give or take, and say, if we start to see buyers before that $30 area and start to push up, then I think I want to start buying more and getting involved in China. If there's some demonstration of strength at that level. If there's not, then, right, it's time to go, right? It's time to bounce. Time to move on. So I think China is going to be very, very interesting over the coming days. I don't think you guys have a rate decision or anything coming up soon. I don't know if China has any announcements that come up. I think what happened today, and this is just, take this with a grain of salt, it's just a bunch of stuff I read on Twitter, that they had like a holiday for almost a week, and then the holiday ended. So there was probably a whole bunch of people in China that had come back when the market reopened and saw this, to them, was a massive gap up. To us, we can see these number of days, but to them, this was this massive gap up that had been closed for a period of time. And they just saw a insane gap up, and they're taking profit. But how much profit and how aggressive are they? And only time will tell. So just like anything, you set your alerts, you kind of move on. So for me, I'm interested. I'll probably set an alert above today's high, and I'll probably set an alert down at $30. And then I'll just move on, right? See what happens in the close and let these alerts trigger through. So speaking of alerts, this is one that's interesting to me with HRTG, which is a insurance company that is pulling back pretty dramatically due to the hurricanes and everything that's going on down there in the States. The pullback that we're seeing right to the 200-day moving average, that's what the blue line is, and we're getting some bounce here. I know there's another hurricane coming, so I probably won't take action until that's done. But if the hurricane doesn't end up being that bad, I think you could see a pretty good relief bounce off a name like this. You got to be careful. The hurricane ends up being much worse. This one could definitely get hammered. And the only other thing I was watching today is Robinhood. Nice little breakout here on Robinhood without a breakout in crypto. Right? If we go to BTC, no, we can't do that here. We go to IBIT. Yeah, crypto is down, or Bitcoin as a whole is down. ETHE is the Ethereum ETF. Ethereum is down. So both Bitcoin and Ethereum are down today, and Robinhood is up. So that's really interesting to me because often Robinhood seems to move when there is a meme stock pump and dump, or when there's a big crypto move, because that's a lot of what their clientele seem to trade, right? They YOLO into meme stocks, and then they do crypto pump and dumps. So I don't know what the news is, but this is technically a very interesting breakout. We have 4.88 relative volume, a great filter, great feature that we have here in Trade Ideas with, again, 4.88 relative volume. So that means that there's a big surge of volume in this move, so a big amount of momentum in this move. And you can see we've been struggling at this area for some time, right? Resistance here, and then back here. And we're finally breaking, and we're holding finally on Robinhood. We got a trade wave here, did a buy way back here. Obviously didn't catch that. But now that we're breaking this area, if we can hold, I think this is going to be an interesting play. I thought I heard something. I was on a Twitter space before I got in here. And first ever Investors Day announced. So people like those Investors Day. I don't know why. If you're listening to what a CEO says about its company, I think you've kind of lost the plot, right? Their job is to say, our company is amazing. You're not going to get a company to come out and say, yeah, our company's real shit, guys. You shouldn't invest in this thing. That doesn't make any sense. So stock jumps after announcement date. So that's about it. It seems, analyst upgrade too. New edge investor, 39,000 shares, wouldn't do anything. Target raised to $23. That's not it's at 25. That doesn't seem like a good raise at all. You think you'd want it to raise above whatever the current market price is. What date was that? That was yesterday. It was raised to $23 while it's trading at $25. Oh, everyone get real excited on that. Then looking through TI strength, we have SLNO. This is number 1 ranked, 97 on TI strength. It's a pretty big one. Beat up. This obviously, I don't think this has ever been $500 a share. This seems like there's probably some reverse splits happened throughout this name. We got a buy tag on TradeWave. It's trying to break out of this really long base right here above a rising 200-day moving average. It's gone from 76 cents to $53. Whoa. Over the last little bit. Holy smokes, yeah. What a great trade. Someone, hopefully, has some of that. But if we can kind of recover later in the day and start to close above this resistance area right here, could be an interesting shot here on this SLNO with its 18% short float that represents 9 days to cover. And for those who don't know, I always like to break down the days to cover number because for me, the days to cover number is more important, way more important than the short float number. So days to cover is what's the short float look like, but then also what's the short float look like divided by the number of shares outstanding. So let's say, for example, you have a mega cap company. That mega cap company has 1 billion shares outstanding, and it only has a 10% short float. So a 10% short float isn't too crazy with 1 billion shares in its float outstanding. Well, that means that of that billion shares outstanding, there's 100 million shares that are outstanding short on that name. So let's say the stock only trades 100 shares a day. Just keep all these round numbers for my brain. It only trades 100,000 or 1 million shares a day. Well, now you're talking 100 days to cover, which just represents if all of those 100 million short positions have to get out of their position quickly, well, what happens is you have this meteoric short squeeze because there's not that many shares that are traded each day. But if you take something that's maybe heavily shorted, I don't even know if AMC's heavily shorted anymore. I don't think people care. No, it's 5 days to cover, right? So that's not that big of a deal. GME, 5 days to cover. BlackBerry, 2 days to cover, right? You take something like this, it's got 500 million shares in the float and a 5% short float. It means that if you get any kind of volume spike, all of the shorts could be out of their position in a couple days. If you take GME, you get a volume spike like what happened back here. All of your people could be out in 5 days. Anything I would say pushing 10 gets very interesting when it comes to short float. And of course, because it's what we do in trade ideas, you can certainly scan for that. I think I have something I'll share with the chat. Short. Hopefully I named it correctly. Short squeeze candidates. Share. Copy. Load. So if you want that, there that is. And what I have here is the amount of days to cover. I think. If not, I can add it. So yeah, I have days to cover greater than 5 as my filter. Right here. So I don't even have a short float amount. I just have these days to cover, which is here somewhere, days to cover. So if I just double click, here's everything that's got really insane days to cover. MVIS. Some of these I may need to double check because they might have like wonky short values. But some of these you're talking, if this security gets going, it's going to take them a month to get out of their short positions. That, to me, is If I was a short guy, that's pretty scary, right? If I'm looking at this and I'm short, TRUP, for example, and I say it's going to take everyone 26 days to exit this short position, I would start to get nervous if, again, there's some sort of move, right? You always have to look at the one advice that I like to give when it comes to playing short floats is you have to take a short float and you have to compare it to price action, right? If it's a heavily shorted name, but that name's just going down over and over and over again, then there's not going to be a short squeeze. You could have 50% of the entire float shorted, and that represent 100 days to cover. If it's an awful company and it's just making new lows day after day after day, just the shorts don't have any reason to cover, right? They can stay in there as long as they want, right? They can ride that out. They've got no need to get out of their position at all, in any way, shape, or form. So what we're doing instead of looking at that and just short float, is I look at short float, and one of the things I like to look at is our score filter right here. That ranks stocks from 30, I think is the lowest it can be, to 100. 100 being absolutely perfect rank. So a lot of technical filters in this, above the 200-day moving average, give it a point, right? Above the 50-day moving average, give it a point. Kind of like TI strength, a little bit less technically focused than TI strength, because there's also some fundamental filters in there. Cash to debt ratios, I think there's earnings and earnings growth, I think, are in there as well. I made it. I can't, me and Andy put it together. I can't remember all the inputs right now. We can't give the entire proprietary algorithm behind it, but it's got mostly technical and then some fundamentals. So when you look at something like this, if it has a very high rating, it is either very, very good technically, or very, very good fundamentally, or pretty okay technically, pretty okay fundamentally. Once you start getting into the 80s and 90s, you're getting something that's very good fundamentally and very good technically. Both of those two together to make sure that that you're not, when you're looking to buy something, especially something that's heavily shorted, you're not buying junk, right? So this CORT, this CORT, whatever this is, I haven't brought this up. Yeah, that's actually a good looking one. So we're talking 23 days to cover here, a 25% short float. And then if we just look basically at some fundamentals, we've got some earnings per share, right? 32%, or sorry, 32 cents. So it's a positive number. So that's a good thing, right? Making money. They have $400 million in cash and only $5 million in debt. It's also a good thing. I bet you there's more debt floating for people in this room than there is sitting in this company's balance sheet, which is great. So you're making money. You don't have a whole lot of debt. You got a whole lot of cash. And then the price action is obviously looking really good. Nice little pullback here as well. So this is the kind of name that I would look for like a discretionary kind of short squeeze type of play. All right, it's going to do a lot of combining, all the different things that I am looking for without me worrying too much about it. Right? I take a look at a couple of these names right off the bat, and I see, okay, IBRX, nice short float, nice days to cover, but a 38 score. That's almost as low as you can get. So without even looking at it, I can look at this one. I can say this company has either no earnings or negative earnings. You can see right here, negative earnings per share. They have $1 billion in debt and only $200 million in cash, and the chart looks like this. So just very easy ways to kind of filter your universe of what I'm okay with holding and what I'm interested with holding. when I want to buy things that are uptrends and I want to buy things that have potential short squeeze. So I could just let's just do this. I could even just make my life simpler and just go in here and just ignore everything with a score less than 60. Right? So now I've just kind of filtered that out entirely. So, show me all the high days to cover once. Anything that's less than 60, not interested in. Just a random number. Then you see how many you get. I still got a little bit. So let's go one notch higher. I would say 70 is probably healthy. 80 is probably very healthy. And then 90, you're probably like, you're starting to fire on all cylinders if you're in your 90s and above. CNQ. Oh, it's good to see CNQ there because I bought some of that the other day. Oh, I bought it this day. So I'm flat now, up a little bit on it. And yeah, we can just go through this list really basically, really simply. And we've built a little watch list that if there's any catalysts that can get these things going, I keep looking at this TURP just because it's a very nice bull flag here. I don't see a cash number. I see current debt. They're losing money, which isn't the worst thing in the world for a medical insurance carrier. Yeah, that probably shouldn't be losing money. I don't see any cash on hand. Interesting. Yeah, no cash number. Interesting. What do these guys do that they're looking so good? Engages in the provision of medical insurance for cats and dogs. Well, there you go. As somebody who owns pet insurance, they should be making money because that stuff is insane expensive. Wild, wild, wild expensive. AMBO is always very interesting. This thing went crazy yesterday, just popping up on a scan. I got another monitor here. Learning. Well, that's fascinating. All right, guys, we got another 25 minutes here. Just checking in. Any questions about the markets? Any questions about trade ideas? Anything we can do to kind of get you guys up to speed? Get going with what it is that your goals are. Try to get you moving along, pushing forwards. Oil down 5%. Oh, yeah. Geez. I just saw that on another monitor. We're coming in hard here. Back to the 200-day moving average. Had a nice little pop. I don't know if Middle Eastern tensions. I don't know if they're getting better. I don't know what that is. But yeah, it seems like a pretty big deal here when it comes to that. Certainly can't complain there. Ethereum is moving a little bit here to a 15-minute. We're popping up here on Ethereum. I actually saw this on a race scanner that I have on another watch list here. We can actually just go to the webs here. And we got the money machine blasting. I'll be interested to see what happens when we turn this this guy live on a real account and what's going on there. This LASE has been all over the scans, all over the news recently. Just insane. Like, look at this move. From $1 up to $20, back to $5. Just craziness. I don't know how anyone trades this stuff. I know, well, Barry does. He does pretty well with it, but not for me. Not for me. Yang, that makes perfect sense. We do change from the close. Yang makes perfect sense, right? It's the 3 times bear of yin. Personally, I'm like, when I'm running the money machine, just watching it, right? Because we need to be able to test it more. I'm doing the momentum waves. That's what I'm doing, and I'm doing the bigger guys, right? So I'm into, because these are move a little slower, so I find them easier to kind of keep an eye on. And B, if we end up going live with this, I think the liquidity on these names are going to be better, so my fills are going to be better as well, and that's something that I'm always cognizant of as someone who's a quantitative trader on my own. For a lot of the stuff that I do on my own, I'm very interested in this kind of thing where, so ALB, right, this is going to be a slower mover. We have SMCI, which now that it's down to $40 after that reverse split, slower mover. I think you can get some good trades out of these names. Just checking. I am short a little SMCI there. Just an algo that I'm running that looks for, right, these moves to continue and gap up the next day and then kind of fade entirely. Oh, I hear the rain started here again. I hope it doesn't mess up my internet again. That was a bummer. Ooh, that's a nice looking chart. I wouldn't have noticed that if it wasn't for that race. Look at that Netflix chart. That's a very nice looking chart there on Netflix. I'm going to take off the trade wave. I'm actually going to tweet that. Let's draw it up together here. Look, so you've got all of these prior highs that we're getting really, really tight against right up here. Right, you combine that. Right, we're really, really tight against all-time highs there. And then we have this prior area that we've already cleared. So you can see this was acting as resistance all through here, and now it's acting as support right here. And we have this Netflix chart, this monthly chart. You can see we're broken through this all-time high here as well. We can do an emoji. Let's do some arrows. Arrow. Oh, that doesn't seem to be working right now. Hey there. There's the up arrow. Pop one of those. That's not an up arrow. Let's try that again. Up. Boom. Okay, you're being mean. Let's just do this arrow. Right here. So we've got this prior. Oh, I am just fumbling all over the place. I didn't want that one. I want this one. There we go. Right, so we got this prior resistance here that's acting as support right there. Let's make these a little bigger. And a 3. Boop. And a 3. So I'm going to tweet this out because I think this looks really good. Bam. How do you get the trade wave? So if you're on the web version, it's very simple. It's just this this kind of indicator box right here. If you're in the downloaded version, it's also pretty simple. It's just right on this FX button on your chart, and you just click on trade wave, and away you go. If you don't see that FX button, a couple things to try. One, make sure you go to our website. You download the newest beta version. Make sure you're updated to that. If you are, and you're sure you are, then it's time to make sure you right-click on the chart and make sure use browser interface is enabled. Sometimes people have older charts that look like this, and these, some people like they're simpler, and therefore for some computers, maybe a little quicker. If we go use browser interface, then we get all the cool stuff like the fundamental data up here, the picture-in-picture charts, the FX or the trade wave right there. You get all that kind of stuff. And remember, every time you have a trade wave open, you can go and you can see what it would have been like to trade this. Right? Generally speaking, what you're going to find with any moving average system is it's wrong more often than it's right. And that may scare some people, but you can see in both cases, in both long and short, you made money on this Ethereum trading the 15-minute chart, even though you were wrong more often than you're right. Because the idea behind systematic trend following, you know that you're going to have a sub 50% win rate, but in return, when you catch one, you can really catch one, right? Because it gives you that fortitude to stay in, because you're just saying, okay, I'm going to check on this for whatever my time frame is, a daily chart, a weekly chart, monthly chart, whatever it is. I'm going to check it in on that time frame, and if it doesn't say sell, I'm not going to sell. And it allows people to have that problem, which is a big issue for a lot of traders, is not having that the wherewithal or the gumption to hold into winners when they happen, right? So anyway, buy signal shorter than 5 minutes. know, because we can't. You're talking about the trade wave scans. So we have scans for these if you're interested. We have 5-minute, daily, and weekly. We may be building out more sometime soon, shorter term. It depends on use. We look at the usage in the background and whether people are using them. And then for volume, we have the volume right here. So it's very easy to quote unquote filter that out just by not looking at them. But what this is saying is that we're having on the 5-minute chart, there was a buy right here on the trade wave. And that's why SMCI was on there. There's a buy right here. So what I do is just look at the volume and then kind of go from there. Right, Robinhood has a buy right here on the trade wave. So these will alert these in real time for trade wave as they're happening. LASE has that, but we're already doing a fair amount of filtering for volume anyway, where we're looking at the volume today. All right, so there's nothing here under. There's a couple that were under 500,000 shares, but again, you just move on. That's why we color coded them. Most are in the millions for sure. And then we're doing relative volume of at least 2. So we have to see some good volume going on. MSTR, just interesting. So that one would have been this I think demonstrates a lot of, if we just look at this guy right here, this demonstrates what I was talking about, where the win rate on this kind of trading doesn't matter. You're up 6% on a 5-minute chart just trading this name. Right? You have a buy and then massive move before the sell. And then you have another buy that wouldn't work, and then a sell that didn't work. So you have this buy right here where you're up a bunch of money on. So if you're trading the trade wave, my suggestion to you is to make sure that you're to make sure that you kind of have the understanding of, I know when a trend following system like TradeWave will work. This is why for the intraday chart, we focus so much on relative volume as opposed to absolute volume, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that we need to trade the stuff in play, because if you're going to be in a choppy range, it's going to hurt. It's the nature of trend following. Trend following will not do good if you're chopping up in a range. So it's up to the user to kind of go through and to say, okay, this is the time that I think that there's going to be a trend, so I'm going to take this one, versus this might be not a stock that I don't think this stock has the ability to trend, and I'm going to avoid that one. And what that's going to do is that's going to up your win rate, because I went and I did some testing. I went back like 40 years and I tested TradeWave across indiscriminately. If you just traded everything on the daily chart based off TradeWave, and it was exactly what I thought. Your win rate is sub 50-50, but you end up making a little bit of money in the long run. If you just blindly, you had no thoughts of your own and you just bought things as they occurred, you would still make money. So if you're losing money, then TradeWave is a great way to at least get you to break even and make you money. And again, your job then becomes very simple. Your job is, I need to figure out what is going to trend, and then I need to ignore everything else. That is my sole job. That is my sole purpose. Is I need to figure out, again, what is going to trend. So if you're on doing this on a swing trading thing, then you're looking for things like, okay, this grinder, GRND, it's breaking up to new highs, 3 times relative volume, a nice buy ticket right here. So yeah, for the daily chart for swing traders, I think this stuff is great. I think it's awesome. You know, I've been doing a little experiment. I don't know if I'll have time to make that video today. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. But you know, bought some JD in my own account and in the account that I'm using in paper for this other one, just right here. When you had a little buy ticket, because I liked the look of China, and I thought that this time it had a chance to trend. I obviously didn't expect this occur, but I wouldn't have had the guts to hold through this, to be blunt, if there wasn't a system for risk management. And again, I think that's a huge deal when it comes to a lot of people. You know, if you end up liking, I don't know, this TYL company, right? You've had, once TradeWave closed here, you had a handful of times to make a good money on it. You just need to know what Tyler Technologies is, and B, give a shit about it, right? Where you buy here, then you're out right there, then you're out for a little bit of chop, and you're buying here for this, and then you're out right there. Now, who knows if this is going to be another push like these last two pushes? Certainly could be, but if you know when you're going to be wrong, right? If we close right down here, it's time to move on. So when you're right, TradeWave gives you the ability to hold on for a big move, and then when you're wrong, it gets you out quickly, and that's what trend following is all about, right? It is not about trying to be right very often. That's not the goal. The goal is very simply to the goal is to, right, make sure that you're picking which ones have the chance to trend. Then everything else is taken care of for you. Again, for me, this is the kind of stuff I love when it comes to trading, is what decision points can I remove from there? And then if you're a real bold one, you're one of them investor types, we do actually have TradeWave for the weekly charts. Much less instances of these, of course, but the idea here is, right, sometimes maybe if you get some sort of igniting signal on a weekly time frame, then there then there we go. Then maybe that's a reason or a purpose or an understanding to then go and look at intraday chart, well, daily charts, day charts after that, right? I know this SRKK was wild, triggered a trade wave on the weekly chart. Then who knows what's going to kind of push up from there after that. Now, I'll say it's too new for me to really know. I haven't experimented too much with it, but Jeez, Barry, are you in a car?
No, we've got the lawn people outside my window right now. So
Oh, well,
Tuesday morning,
it's
that's
it's
when they show up.
it's Canada, right? So they're not going to have to be out there much longer.
Well, I'm in Vancouver, Michael, and so yeah, probably till mid-December, blowing leaves. We've got so many leaves in our
Oh,
place,
yes, we're
and it
getting
doesn't
that
get that
now.
cold, as you know. But
Yeah, the leaves are more of a nightmare than the
oh
grass,
my
to be honest.
gosh, I feel
Yeah.
sorry for these guys. With the complex we're in, there's just tons of big trees, and so they blow them. Looks great. An hour later, it looks like they haven't even been here.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I
feel
did
sorry for
a
them.
rake of the lawn the other day, and I got like halfway through, and I looked behind me, and yeah, it was like I didn't do anything. I'm like, what the hell am I doing
Exactly.
here?
Remember when you were a kid, you could just, I don't know, maybe you didn't do this as a kid, but pile up the leaves and then jump on them
Oh
and then have
yeah,
your parents scream at you for being so dirty.
and then one kid would do something stupid, like climb up on a deck or something, just to jump
Yeah,
into them,
yeah,
just to go
exactly.
wild. But yeah,
Or how about lighting it on fire and then going in?
well,
That would be really dumb.
yeah, I don't know if you were doing that over in Vancouver,
No,
but
no, no, no. But I just thought of that because I mean, I don't even think you're allowed to burn leaves anymore, are you?
we have like a website you go to every day that says, after those crazy fires that we had, that like we closed down a bunch of stuff in New York and everything. There's like a website you got to go to, and it says you're allowed to burn, you're not allowed to burn, based off what's happening there. And if you
Okay.
break the rules, if you burn non-burn, it's 25 grand for a fine.
Well, which is peanuts compared to the damage it could cause. So yeah.
Yeah, they're just trying to make it that big because they just want to be like really
Oh, right.
discouraging, right?
Sorry, Michael. I'm in Tiger. I've been talking about Tiger all morning with the guys,
Oh, Tiger.
TIGR, the China fintech,
Yeah.
and yeah, I mean, with a lot of the China stocks, they're starting to rally. This one, if you look at Tiger, I mean, Tiger was probably, in my opinion, the strongest of all the China stocks. That because it basically had a nice steady move for several days,
Hmm.
whereas KWEB, when I look at the overall market, it was moving higher, but there were jogs down every day. Where Tiger
Yeah.
just kept moving higher every single day. So nice.
Uh,
I'm glad. I might even swing it, Michael. I might become a swing trader on Tiger.
You're gonna
I know.
swing trade a Chinese name, Barry. What's
Well,
happening to you? You got to call
well,
Andy.
what's the worst that could happen?
Zero.
Zero? Yeah,
What
exactly.
was that, Didi? That Kramer said, buy as much of it as you can. Yeah, not
Oh
available,
yeah,
and then went bankrupt like 2 days later.
yeah.
So
It's
you got to,
he just says, "Oops, sorry."
yeah,
Next,
on to the next one.
on to the next one. Okay, my friend. Well, listen. Thanks for spelling me,
Yep.
and we'll take care.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Okay, thanks. Okay, guys, I am back in the main room. No, not the main room yet. Okay, guys, I'm back in the main room and the other room. Just let me get my music going. Here we are. I'm in the Tiger, guys. Wish I were in the Lays though. Wow, this this is too bad. This is when I traded earlier and just got kind of scalped it out. But man, now there's the move I wanted. But I'm in Tiger. Sorry, Tiger TIGR. Actually, sort of teasing with Michael. Maybe I will swing it. But mm, what's the potential open for Lays? The potential open for Lays, according to is 760. So a little bit lower, a little bit lower. So Bostic, yeah, Bostic stock. And what about 1 o'clock? We had the bond auction, William. We had 1 o'clock. We had was a $35 billion bond auction. Okay, guys. So LASE, LASE, and the SKK. I doubt now that the SKK is going to do it. I may be wrong, but for the SKK to do it, in my opinion, it would have probably had to hold, between the, I'm going to say 8 and 10. Okay, 8 and 10, and then maybe take out that high. But it looks like it's pulled back, in my opinion, a little too much. Don't have audio in the main room. Well, let's make sure. Is that just you, Vezavi? Can you guys hear me in the main room? Not YouTube. I'm sure you can hear me in YouTube. Okay, so it's on your end. Okay, guys. Well, shoot. I basically got it at the Tiger Flat. I had a nice little gain in it, but I'm still going to hold out later on in the day. Maybe if it gets back up into the 1030s. Got to remember, I mean, there was a reason why they all tanked, and it's still there. So it might take a couple of days for this to be digested. Let's see what. Yeah, let's see. K-Web is moving down, so K-Web is moving down. So, oh well. Or the PDYN, the PDYN. This one, I think I talked about just over $2, and what a run it had, all the way up to 3. Guys, my computer's going a little bit crazy today. I would have to do a complete reboot. I think I'm not going to do it. So I'm sorry. You have to put up with a little whine in the background if you can hear that. Yeah, well, XLE, well, if that's the case, I'm sure XLE is spiking. If that is the case, yeah, look at that. Energy, the energy ETF, the main one. Okay, so this opened, Lay's opened. Okay, so the halt was at 784. Let's see if it gets over 784. It opened at 751. Let's see if it gets over 784. Maybe it did get up to 8, I believe. Yeah, got right to $8. So let's see if it takes out $8 later. Yeah, I have here that it actually hit $8 right there. Okay, guys, while I wait on the LASE to see if it takes out that high, one last look at my homepage and the information, including the scans that I'm currently sharing that you can have from my homepage. Okay. All right. You want to take out a subscription? Here is a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use the code. That'll really help to keep the room free. It's really that simple. Get started. You must do this 10 short videos. Okay. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. Michael Noss was in our YouTube room telling me between 12 and 1. He put all this together. Free, all free. Talk of the day video that I do, free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. What is it doing now? Lunar, LUNR. It did trigger. Ugh, came right back down. That's ugly. Bad. Is that close to the stop? Because I know it's a 20 SMA I don't have the 20 SMA on the weekly, on the daily chart. Probably, I would say that is probably getting close to a stop, right? 710. And the education section is here. And then here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans, here they are. If you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. Okay. Here are the ones that I'm displaying. The biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Pulse resumes is over here. Relative strength leaders is here. And then the upside movers versus the downside movers is here. I do have other scans that I have on my other monitor. And here's one of them, my momentum scan, and also the larger cap gainers from the start of the race. Okay. But I do have other things that or other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them. My only advice is don't have them all up and running at the same time. You'll have way too much information overload. Yeah, I think the naysayers have just come into Sava. Last time I saw this, I was looking at shorting at 27, right about here, but didn't do it. Tiger is right back, guys. Tiger is right back. Let me take a look again at KWeb and see if it's putting a little bit of a bounce. No, it isn't. So this is what's happening. Tiger is kind of trading on its own a little bit, okay? It's not too reliant on what the overall China market is doing, which is kind of what it was doing these days here. Yes, the China markets were moving higher, but this intraday was never really giving it up until yesterday, of course. Well, that's a late one from our AI guru. Often see too many in the afternoon after about 11. I see too many, a few today, but Well, I don't have that worry. There are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for BURU. I mean, the float is so crazy low. I'm just, it's almost not quite cut in half from the high, not quite. Oh, I'm glad I left. I did not take the tiger now. RVMD, Revolution Medicines, guys. This is not an all-time high, but relatively close. It's in the 83% level. So see if there's any news on this one. No, just going to be delivering multiple presentations at some kind of a symposium and hosting an investor webcast. October 23rd, in Barcelona. Maybe shoot again. Anro looked pretty interesting when you look at it on a weekly chart. Next high was almost 12, but then you look left on the daily chart, and the next high is 1160. I mean, it's not bad. 30 cents away, I suppose. Anro. This PTCT has been a really nice one most of the day. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart, basically running up, not breaking down through that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that yellow line. So my number one look, I suppose, is going to be Lays if it can take out 8. If it does take out 8, okay, as I was saying, if it does take out 8, the next high over here is $9. So it would still have a little bit of room. And of course, if you look at the weekly chart, it has a ton of room. Well, I can't remember what happened here. I don't think it was an earnings play. No, it has earnings on November 5th. So obviously something happened. Okay, guys, so I have got probably hear the mower running outside my window right now. And all right, well, right now, again, I'm really just trying to keep, well, I don't have to keep an eye on the Lays. I've got, in fact, what I really should do is put some price alerts underneath that $8. Okay, because I want to know about it if it's getting close. So maybe one around 780, just so I know if it's getting close. All right, so these guys did a private placement. They had to regain Nasdaq compliance. I'm talking about the Lays, LASC. But this is back in. Sorry, this is back in October. Sorry about that. I thought it was not October, but August. Yeah, I'm not sure I know what happened last week. You know what? Now I remember. Somebody asked me about what did I think? I don't know if you're in the room still, either room. What did I think about swinging your renda? That was the reason. And I said to them, well, listen, it's China. You never know what could happen overnight. I don't know if you're still in the room, but you never know what could happen overnight. Now, I was not predicting that China was going to tank like it did, but I'm just saying, you never know what's going to happen overnight with China. And so I know I said, well, I probably wouldn't, but so I don't know if the person is still in the room who asked me yesterday, what did I think about the idea of swinging this one YRD? And hopefully you didn't. Whew. Well, slowing down a lot for me here, guys. So, great time to ask questions if you have any. I might just put myself on mute, for a while. If there are no questions, I'll pop in, especially on the lays if I decide that it looks. I like the way it's trading right now. I really do. Basing, forming a nice little base here, so that if it wants to, and we get some volume, really jet through 8. You never know. There's the grind, GRND, guys. GRND. Wow, look at this big pop here. Big pop here for GRND. Well, it looks bigger than it is, but some volume came in. Okay, GRND volume did come in. It went from 1274 up to 1293. Don't see any action on it, or news on it. I thought I saw some news this morning about the Play Store, Google and the Play Store. It wasn't specifically with Mitch, but I thought I saw some news about Google and the Play Store. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, relative volume, all the filters that are available. You're talking about the web-based version, right? Fool on Fire. All the filters, all the same filters are available. Okay. So, if you click on an alert window within your web-based, within the web-based version, the relative volume, just search on it. I think they'll probably call it current. Yeah, current. Okay, maybe it is called relative. Relative volume is here. Okay. So if you go in, you can definitely use, all the filters that we have in the downloadable app are available with the web-based version. Okay. Now, when you say, can we see it? Now, let me back up. What did you mean by that exactly? Are you talking about seeing it up here, like on a chart? Are you talking about seeing it in the single stock window? Well, let me bring up the web-based version. So when you say, so TT is saying not all, okay, maybe there's a filter. I don't know. Maybe there is a filter that doesn't work with. Now, my computer is definitely going to go a little bit crazy, having both platforms open. Okay, so yeah, so if you're talking about on the chart, like how we can see the relative volume on the chart right there, I guess you can't do that with these charts. Boy, I don't use this at all, as you can probably tell. Ugh, it's so, ooh, man, it is not fun to use. But here is the list of the filters that you can use. There's the relative volume right there. Oops, I think no, I'm okay. I thought I accidentally shut down YouTube. Well, again, are you talking about using it as a filter, Fool on Fire? Maybe I misunderstood. Again, are you talking about using the relative volume filter like we do here? Because you can, if that's what you're talking about. I mean, because, well, again, TT is saying that maybe not all the filters are available in the web-based version that are on the downloadable app. I don't know which one isn't, but okay. So it's the single stock window. Well, the relative volume is something that is fixed in here. I don't have to add it. So let me just see. I mean, this is how much I know. I don't even know if the single stock window is yeah, there it is. Okay. I see what you mean. So this is what you mean, right? In the single stock window and in the application with the single stock window, it's all up here. The volume's here and the relative volume is here, but there's no default for all that to be in the unless it's because I've shrunk it down too much. No, it doesn't look like it is. I mean, I'll tell you, I mean, the company's going completely away from that version. I mean, they're trying to develop this, the sort of, I don't know what their term is, but getting completely away from the web-based version. I am muted. I am muted. So let me do it again. No, we don't. We don't have any EMAs, okay, at all. Okay, nothing. That's the question. So it's not even that we don't like EMAs crossing VWAP. We don't have EMA at all. We have, and the only thing that we have crossing VWAP is price, not moving averages, not even SMAs. So we have price crossing, but we do not have moving average crosses of the VWAP. Well, this stupid burro is really moving, isn't it? I mean, that's from 60 cents, 159% now. I thought it was over. I thought, it had the little pop in the pre-market, and then it got down to 60 cents, held there for quite a while. But since, what time is that? 11:45, this has had a beautiful percentage run, BURU. And it's all about securing a $65 million financing. And I'm not in it. Now, let's take a look on a weekly chart. Where could it go? So the next high in the weekly chart is 124. So that could stall it. No short. Good thing shorts weren't available, William, for you. Though I recall you're saying you wouldn't have shorted it anyway. What did MIR end up doing? Did it keep moving? Or, yeah, look at that. MIR just kept moving higher. That's a beautiful one. Didn't take this one. Beautiful one. Look at that on a 15, just hugging that 10 SMA all the way up. DJT making another new high. Well, let's see. There's on a weekly basis, looks like there could be some some resistance around 23. Yeah, this is the only one I'm really keeping an eye on, William. You're right, consolidating near the highs. I see some volume coming in, popping it through 8. Let's see if I even have shorts. Sometimes there are no shorts available for DJT for me at Interactive Brokers. Let's see what they're. Oh yeah, almost 1 million shares, so that's not an issue now. Guys, here we go. Maybe, here we go. Lays. A little bit of a pop-up here. No, it hasn't taken out 8 yet, but it's getting close. Now, I'm not saying if it takes out 8, everybody piles into this trade. First of all, you have to have your own trading plan and style. Okay. And I don't anticipate that it's going to take out 8. So, take it now in anticipation that it's going to take it out. Okay, guys, listen, what I'm going to do now, I am going to put myself on mute. If you have a question, I'll come back onto the mic, okay? But otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. If I have something worthwhile saying, I'll come back on. Okay, so muting myself right now. All right, guys, and yes, I'm in. Okay, LASE. All right, sorry, Devin in our YouTube room asking me a question about AGFY. Okay, why is it not showing up for you in one of your top? So let me just see what it's doing. Well, okay, I have it up only 3.25%. Okay, so I'm not sure why. Something is saying it's up 1,448%. Now, the only time that could happen, maybe, is because it was a reverse split that whoever you're using is not accounting for it. Let me just see if it was a reverse split. Yeah, I don't see that it was a reverse split, but I mean, we only have it up, 3.25%. So I doubt that it is up 1,100 odd percent, 1,400%. So that's the reason. Okay, Devin? Okay. Hey, no problem, Devin. That's why we're here. You can ask questions all the time. Well, it really is. Wow. Got rid of stock. Well, man, I tell you, this company is. See, the issue is when I get. See, at one point, $500,000. Yeah, thanks. I know I did not mute my mic, but wow, Lays, yeah, this give me way more than I thought. I've traded some out. You have to know, guys, I've traded some of this out. Uh, my computer's driving me crazy. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to take off now. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'll put the put the link how you can get into the main room. I'll put that into our YouTube room. So anybody left in YouTube can head over there. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. First thing I'm going to do. So that is my homepage link. And if you click on it, you will see at the top trading room. Okay. Thank you, Devin. You too. You can click on trading room and that'll get you into the main room. William says you'll keep it open for another, I guess an hour and 15 minutes. Okay. Well, 3:45. It's about to 3:45. Okay. So I am going to take off now and hopefully count some more money for the lays if it takes out 9. So I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. Have a great evening, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to stop screen sharing. And muting myself now in the main room. And now I'm shutting down our YouTube room.